Hello everybody, welcome to the stream. My name is Alon Bahuth, and it's time for my favorite game, Breath of Fire 2. How about that? And surprisingly, considering it's mid-June, I'm on camera. Okay, my head's a little cut off maybe, but I'm on camera. I'm not just PNG tubing today. It was really hot yesterday, which is why I didn't stream then. But really thought I might turn 2D. I might still. We'll see. We'll see how this goes. Hey Ham, I'm your spatula. Does that make you my spork? What other kitchen utensils and appliances have funny names? I can't think of any. I apparently don't go to the kitchen. Not my scene. Well, speaking of funny names, is Vonnegut a funny name? I've started reading Kurt Vonnegut with God bless you, Mr. Rosewater, as part of my extensive series of going through stuff the Breath of Fire 2 references. And it has been interesting both as a piece of literature, like there's stuff going on in the writing that it's been an enjoyable read, but also in terms of Breath of Fire 2. There's I see some things now. So the main reason I wanted to read Vonnegut was because of Kilgore Trout, right? So Vonnegut, he has created this fictional author who has written these fictional books, and that gets mentioned like in chapter 2 already of this. Kind of offhandedly, kind of not really a big point of this story, and yeah, he might get brought up again with a little snippet of one of his books in a later chapter, but that's not really the important thing. That's not really why I'm bringing this up, because Kilgore and Trout are referenced in Breath of Fire 2 in hometown, the starting area once you grow up. And I believe that I said on the last stream of this that I did that Rosewater is specifically referenced in Breath of Fire 1, the rich man in the golden city of Auria. And yeah, the defining feature of the Rosewater family in this book is that they are stinking rich, impossibly rich, and trying to manage their wealth. So that connection in to Breath of Fire 1 is a little stronger maybe than I thought. And then the mayor in Gate in Breath of Fire 2 is named Ross, which I believe is also a reference to Rosewater, because Rosewater was, shortened to Ross for in Breath of Fire 1 English. But also, more importantly than that, the Rosewater that we're mainly following in this book is one Elliot Rosewater. And there is a part of the book where you kind of get to read his anonymized medical report. And Rosewater County, Indiana, where he lives, gets anonymized to Hometown, USA. So it's not just Kilgore Trout. Vonnegut may in fact have been referenced in just the name of the town. And I don't see that particular connection being made on the Breath of Fire wiki. And I may have previously said that I like the retranslation's name of New Haven. Because it kind of, you know, it has the same vibe as hometown without being just a, like, literal term of one's hometown. But if it's a reference to a fictional or real place actually literally called hometown, then you kind of missed something if you went and changed that. So I'm coming out as a hometown defender. A town called Hometown is perfectly cromulent concept, apparently. So, I'm fascinated to read more and see if there's something else. Actually, there is already something else. But let's get into the game. So I mentioned Elliot Rosewater, right? His wife is named Sylvia. And if you think of a Sylvia in hometown, well, that's the clerk, that's the secretary in the Ranger Guild. But maybe that's a stretch. During the end credits, Sylvia is referenced as Sylvia Sims, which is some American jazz singer that I hadn't heard of before. Maybe it works both ways. Could the name and the location be an additional Vonnegut reference, or is it just a funny coincidence? I don't know. You be the judge of that. But I think it's fascinating. It's given me stuff to think about. Now then, let's get into the game for real. So last time in the retranslation, we got as far as taking the name Bunyan for ourselves, and we beat up Argus. And the conversations with Argus were very different in tone from the way August is in the official translation. By the way, I didn't say it, so hi Tobias. Hi. I thought it, but I didn't say it. Also, the retranslation added a bunch of extra dialogue between Rand and Cad to establish that Cad is very stupid. Something about taking 2 years to learn the alphabet. It was like a complete fabrication invention of the fan translation. And Rand has just come off a lot more aggressive in this translation than in the original. Well, Rand's not at full health. I forgot to heal up at the end of the last session. Hey, there's level 7. Maybe we don't need to heal up. Did I at least equip him with the... I don't think I've equipped him. I must have been in a real hurry to get off stream last time. Or I was forgetful because I kind of went through the same section twice. But that's what you gotta do when you have branching paths. The way that this game does them. Man needs a bronze helm. And then I'm broke. Did I have anything to sell? No. I guess I'm still hanging on to that firecracker. I could sell it, but it's nice to have. Nice to have options. So how is everybody else doing in mid-June? I still haven't had to turn my AC on. I'm sleeping surprisingly well. Even though it was really warm the other day. Like, I would have expected my sleep to get more messed with than it is, but it's interesting that in 4 days not setting an alarm, 3 of those days I have woken up within a minute of 22 minutes past 9 p.m. My body is just set for 9:20. I don't know what to make of that. I should have taken cat hunting. Get a roast. Sell it to 4 grand, some stuff. Yeah, well. Last stream, oh, notice that I'm drinking much more water lately. Thank you for the reminder. Sometimes even 4 liters per day. Heck yeah. I don't necessarily notice that I'm drinking more consciously, but I do kind of feel like I'm going to the bathroom more. And on the scale, like I have all this extra water weight in me. You gotta stay hydrated. It's important. Not sure if I think that's a good sign. I guess I'm worried I might have diabetes. Yeah, yeah, that's true. That is a sign. If you needed to be hydrating a whole heck of a lot extra, like you need to. You wake up with really dry gums, and you need to be drinking more all the time, and it doesn't feel like it helps. That is probably a warning sign. There we go. Where I've been feels like ages since I last saw ya. This doesn't seem wrong. It does feel a little embellished. Let me just attempt to screenshot this just to see that my screenshot button is still working. Yes, it is. I don't feel dry. I like the cooling effect it has. Perfect. And hopefully, none of the diabetes. Who you been hanging out with? Such a less direct way of asking the question, who are those people? Oh, here's another dam. Let's maybe keep track of the cursing. I thought I had it rough as Nero's handyman. Hey, wait a minute. I thought your name was supposed to be Bunyan. That's what it said on all the posters anyway. Maybe your name's Ryu Bunyan or Bunyan Ryu? Yeah, okay, this part about the poster is a complete fabrication. Either way, I think it's kind of funny. That's a lot less striking than they're both weird names. Guy's built like a suit of armor. Suits of armor, death grips. Get her out of here as soon as you can. It's rude, rude. Again, this Bosch is a lot more. No. Actually, hang on. It's weird. It's weird how the first thing Bosch says is, who you been hanging out with? Which is like a little less direct of a question than, who are these people? And then here, in contrast to that, get her out of here. That is like so. That's a blunt order. That's not a suggestion. There is no sugarcoating there. That's. Okay, a girl's got minced tuna between her ears. Yeah, yeah, just. Completely fabricated phrasing and embellishing on how stupid she's supposed to be. You whispering about. All over it. I'll have the whole thing done in 2 shakes of a. Character has animal traits. Not really a big thing in the original script. Gotta find this lady thief who framed me. Why don't you go with him? 2 pair of eyes scout out that Batman burglar faster than 1. Also just using a lot more bold text. Anything else of interest? Busy as bees. We'll have a room special for you. Just give it some time. This little house might be hard or a real life village again. Make sure you drop by Neroville. Okay. Okay, so I have seen this conversation in the original script. I have seen a mention of Nero Town. Let me just make a little comparison here. In the original, Nero says, I have help now, so I can make a room for Ryu as well. Eventually, if we make a town, we'll name it Nero Town. Just those 2 lines. Nothing about being busy as bees. Academy New Haven? Yeah, that's about it. Back to New Haven. Suddenly, I'm homesick for the old Flop House. I'm sorry, to me, Flop House is a phrase used exclusively by Matt McMuzzles, formerly of Super Best Friends Play on the YouTube. I don't know about calling it the Academy rather than Magic School. Is Magic School too literal? Why remove the magic aspect of it? Is magic supposed to be like a surprise? Just realized I was supposed to say something else before we started talking about drinking water. I don't think I said anything on last stream about the picture I took of the funny looking cat. Which, yes, I know, it is actually a fox. Let me tell you, I'm just really happy to see a fox in the area. I'm not scared of foxes. You know why I'm happy to see foxes? Because foxes, to my understanding, are the natural predator of pheasants. And we have so many dang pheasants. There are so many pheasants in the area. And I hate the way they scream. They sound like the screeching brakes of a car just about to cause an accident. And they strut around like they own the place. They're such boastful, aggressive birds. I do not care for pheasants, but if there's plenty of those here, then I reckon it stands to reasons that foxes would find their way here and hopefully hunt them down and eat them. I'm cheering for the foxes to eat all of the pheasants. Long story short. Bat burglar? There's no pun or nothing in the original. No stake in it. Did I see that conversation last stream? I might have. Alright, let's have some explosive fun. Damn it, the hell are you trying to do? We have another hell. Meant to aim a little lower? That's not what she says. In the original, what Nina says, "Oh, excuse me, are you hurt?" This meant to aim a little lower is a complete fabrication. It's a little more sassy. It's a lot more sassy. Like, "Are you hurt?" is followed up by the Joker gang taking offense to being asked, "Am I hurt?" Crazy, bro. That's your idea of a warning shot? Seeing how you won't take any other hint, you're not leaving me with many options. Compare that with "I'm sorry, but you gentlemen are so persistent, I just... ... The original Nina is very soft-spoken and timid. This Nina is all kinds of girl power. Be a good girl and come quietly, Nina. The boss would like a word with ya. That's basically the same as the original. No complaints there. I don't take orders from scum. Okay, again. That's a line that doesn't exist in any capacity in the original. In the original, she responds with lightning immediately, and then she says, "Not that." She says, "If you don't leave me alone, next time I will not hold back." If you don't leave me alone, next time I will not hold back. See, that is actually a line that I think is more direct. That's more... She's finally gathered the courage to speak her mind straight. Whereas here, "unless little regard," suggest this is just very clunky. "Unless you have little regard." It's like a double negative. This sentence sucks. Ugh. Anyway. Okay, yeah, no, we are not gonna say "crazy bitch" in a 90, 94, 95 video game. Yeah, actually, yeah, so this game came out, and I looked it up. It's December 10th, I believe, 95 in America. So we're coming up on 30 years, so it would be cool if I could have the video essay done in time for that. So everything, the only thing they say in the original is, "Darn, we'll be back." Which, sure, it makes sense that a bunch of hoodlums would be a little less diplomatic than that, but you can't be throwing in all these curses. Like, work with the medium you got. Is this place for real? The Academy of Magic Arts. Okay. Fine. Academy of Magic Art, not just the Academy. But, maybe some magic might rub off on me. In the original, she asks, can I also learn some tricks? Which... Let's see the no way. I want to learn magic, fire, ice, thunder, all of it. In the original, she just says, no, I want magic, I want it, I want it. A little childishly. Can't we take an itty-bitty peek inside? She should just repeat if we say stop whining. Yeah, So, Academy of Magic Arts, is it? Snow White Wings. Again, so many hyphens. Born under ominous stars, that one, you say? The original line is, but Nina has black wings. Unusual, isn't it? Fan translation amping up the foreshadowing. Today's lesson is in status magic. Mind spell, for instance, can restrict the target's movement. What does that guy say? Oh. Okay. The only thing this guy says in the original is, beware of evil spirits. Just more preaching than teaching. So, teaching the usage of the spell of bind, which I believe would be idle in the original translation. That would honestly be a better use of a magic school. Like, teach you how to use some of these spells that don't just do direct damage so that you know what they're all about. Mount Rocco, thieves and cutthroats. Yeah. Why does this guy have a stutter? She gets real scary if you rub her the wrong way? Nuh-uh. In the original, this guy just has one line of, isn't Nina cute, but she's a little difficult to approach. Why are we going out of our way to give him a stutter and emphasize Nina's supposed scariness, which is brand new? Gang of freaks. I'm here, the Joker gang. Okay, this hasn't changed too much. One hasn't changed too much. Fine, fine. Here is a notable thing. Run for your lives, it's Moaning Myrtle. In the original line is, it's Hanako. Which, you know, that is some Japanese ghost story thing. The closest thing we would know about in English might be Bloody Mary. My understanding is that Moaning Myrtle is a Harry Potter. Yeah, Ham says it. Ham says it. Moaning Myrtle is from Harry Potter. I haven't read any Harry Potter. I haven't watched the movies. Nothing. But what I can say is it was not published in '95 when this game came out. So it's real anachronistic that you'll be referencing that. And yeah, I don't like that choice. Like, it's one thing if you're working designs and you are making the official translation and you reference the pop culture at the time, like Albert Odyssey's making Yo Mama jokes and referencing Thigh Masters and whatever else that I forget at this point. But it's another to do a new translation of a 94, 95 video game, like 15 years later, and add things that couldn't have been there back when. Possible to replenish magical energy using Master. Okay, yeah, this is... Okay, these students are mostly unchanged. Marathon lectures? What does that guy say? He says, Yoji next door is a very good magician when he's in the popular because he gives so much homework. Okay, so it's not especially changed. But it's embellished for no good reason. Why are we changing Yoji to Jordy? That's weird. Let me check with the wiki. Yoji. Let's see. Youdi Kim in the end credits. Youdi Kim. Yodi. As Nina's Magic Master, his name may be a reference to Star Wars Jedi Master Yoda. Yeah. Like, that is what I would lean towards. It wouldn't be the only Star Wars reference in the base game. The change to Geordi seems unjustified. Okay, but here Nina seems a little more like herself. She's apologizing. Also, just... hang on. Isn't it weird to call somebody Teacher Jordy? Like, it would be one thing if she said, like, Professor Jordy? Like, Professor? Professor? Or, if you're gonna insert the title, make it a title that conveys a little more status than teacher. Very matter indeed, please explain. Certainly heard of the Joker gang. Some of their members attempted to accost me and had to defend myself. In the original, Nina doesn't really get the chance to say any of this. She just says, lately this gang called the Joker gang have been. And that's it. Excuse us. Did I hear you say you had a goon problem? Never feel this. For the nominal fee of, say, some free magic lessons for 2 deserving heroes, will take care of those jokers for you. Cat is supposed to be real stupid, according to what the translation has been showing so far. But now she's talking about nominal fees and speaking with all of these commas. Learn the ways of magic, do ya? Oh, so much enthusiasm. You teach us some magic, and we'll teach those goons a lesson. I don't think Cat is supposed to be that clever. It's like the script is being punched up with no regard for how it affects the characterization. The heck is this line? Guess who's coming to dinner, Grandpa? What are we doing? That's right. What do you meow? Don't talk about being sexy. That's too overt for the mid-90s. Nina definitely would not have said, "You bastards." Did she say anything at all? Nina original just says, "Oh." Equitable arrangement? Why are thugs speaking like this? Yellow-bellied carrots. So many hyphens. Dirty, rotten bastards. No. Dirty rats. That is as much aggression as we are allowed. Dirty rats. None of this ripping them apart business. This script. Come to think of it, we haven't been able to be back here since, we haven't been able to go into this church, have we? No, we've been in here. We have been in here, haven't we? Yeah, we confirmed the spelling of Whoopi is accurate. I just forgot. How are we doing on items? I have a lot of herbs, and I have some antidotes. Okay, so I have everything we need. That's great. So the stuff that I'm hopeful about getting to and learning about, part of the reason why I wanted to keep streaming this is the Nina lore. Like once we deliver her in the direction of Windia, and we go through the passage and we see some prisoners talking about the Black Wings. That is some stuff that I want to read and see what this translation has to say about. I don't know if there is much of interest going on with the Joker gang. Fear respect, sorry. Okay, yeah. Just total embellishments. Name is Gabe, friend of the boss's nephew. Met him yet? Look new around here, let me introduce you to everybody. Over there is Terrell. He's an old hand at the piston. Guy keep an eye out on the vault is late. His son's name is Payne. Found with the boss's older brother Guevara. He's lucky if he remembers to breathe. What? Pretty much everybody's family around here. Not family. What's up, dude? Watch where you're pointing that thing. Done with the Joker gang, just living in their hideout. Name's Win. I'm an artist of sorts. Couldn't pay the rent, so I'm stuck living here. And best of luck to ya. Okay, let's see if I got this straight now. What is this? Last name is Joker, my name is Potty, and I'm using the Guevara. No. So that's why the invented line about Guevara being too dumb to remember to breathe. The last two backwards again. Remembering stuff is hard. Like, why? Why are we introducing this element of the guy being super stupid? Like, what does it add? Does it add to the complexity of this puzzle? Who are you to... Stop it. Stop cursing. What's the name of the boss's nephew? It's Pain. You just get a kiss from Black Widow. Not gonna be a next time. Time to die. Flunky. I'm due for some healing. I'm not used to Ryu dealing less damage than Cad, but he's about to get a weapon upgrade, so that'll take care of things. And the level up might help too. No, not as much. We both got creds. That's nice. Didn't necessarily need them, but hey. Why Lucky Charm, actually? Why Lucky Charms? Oh, wait, no, wait. I think I know why. I think I know why. I can justify. Hold on. Okay, so in the original translation, it's called Luck Candy. And most of the stat boosting items are some manner of food item. So Luck Candy makes sense. Makes more sense than a charm if you just think of you know, a pendant or a trinket of some kind. But Lucky Charms, that's that is some cereal. That is some sugary cereal. That is what I did not intuit, because I've never had that. I don't know if such a thing exists here. But if that is the reference that you're making with that, like, it's subtle enough, it's ambiguous enough. That one, it works. I'm okay with it. Like, that is localization. If there is a cereal that is associated with luck, that is more well-known than a candy product associated with luck, then sure. Oh! Item drops are rare. And that silver knife is exactly what I was going for. So now both Ryu and Sten can have one of those in a bit. And the thing with the silver is it's super effective against these ghosts and these spirits and these undead. I just want to say again that item drop rates are super low. I would not encourage grinding for an item drop like that. Basically ever. And that is the reason why I've never gotten Spar's best weapon. Never. Spar's best weapon is a rare item drop off a super rare enemy at the very end of the game. That it's even just finding that enemy is a low probability. Item drops in this game are ridiculous. Get the hell out. So many double hockey sticks. Order you to release my sister. Let me go immediately. What does she say in the original? How direct does she get in addressing the gang? What she says is, return my sister Mina to me. No stronger demand than that. You're disgusting. Yeah, this Nina has so much more confidence, so much more sass. I don't like it. I don't really care for the villains saying sexy instead of beautiful. It's not. Remember who's holding all the cards here. This isn't necessarily a bad line. Complete fabrication as it is. Like, the name Joker should make you think of playing cards. They could stand to reference that at any point. Fine ass? Well, wait, don't you touch her. Why is Nina saying don't touch her as in defending Mina? Like he's threatening to take it out on Mina. Okay, so in the original, this guy says, hey baby, listen to the boss, shut up and do as he says. There is no added threat in the direction of Mina. And therefore, it makes more sense than when this guy pushes her, Nina responds, "Don't touch me." This... Oh. Like, we literally saw Nina get touched. And the response from that being, "Don't touch her," instead of "Don't touch me." That is so weird. Tried my patience for the last time. Who is this? Okay, in the original, Nina says, "Now, bring Mina back to me. Next time you won't get away with just a burn." Hell hath no fury is... This is a touching scene. You gotta tell the lady you shouldn't be making promises you know you ain't gonna keep. Done as you said thus far, now let her go. You haven't told up your end of the bargain yet. Repeat after me. Pledge my body and soul to Joker and offer myself as a loyal servant to secure the freedom of my beloved sister. Now say it, and when you're done, I'll let you lick my boot. Come on. Want to do things the hard way? Looks like we got a mount a rescue operation. Save the hostage, save Nina. Simple as that. Wait, 2009. Save the hostage, save Nina. Save the cheerleader, save the world. Is that anything? What is that? Why is that? Save the cheerleader, save the world. Heroes Wiki. Is it the show Heroes? American. Aired on NBC, 4 seasons, started 2006. I'm thinking this is a subtle Heroes reference. I'm thinking we are, again, referencing material from much later than the game itself. If it's for Mina, then I have no choice. Yeehaw, never forget, the cavalry has arrived? Are you taking this serious, or... Actually, didn't... Who the hell are these clowns? This is a good fight to use the firecracker, so let's actually just do that. Because those guys have the ability to resurrect. Just a humble outlaw. Again. Trying to be comedic with the contrast there. I mean, you would think a Joker should be a little funny. Minutes from Joker and his menu. My eternal gratitude. No problem, ma'am. All in days work for ace detectives like us. Wait, and now we're going. Now we're tying back to that part. Is she still thinking about being detectives after playing the cavalry with all the Southern yeehaw just now? This is so all over the place. The mention of bastards. I'm not sure if it's better to scramble here. I'm choosing to believe that maybe. Situation. But it's so rare that you have a party of 3 in this game. So the percentages might not be what I'm used to for the purposes of this. Isn't it fun to make Lynn our dedicated healer? I'm really having to concentrate to say Lynn rather than Cat. Anyway, there we go. How? Have I been forsaken by our god? No, can't be. I'm pretty sure that in the original, he does not mention God at all. That's correct. Does not mention God at all. We are making foreshadowing heavier. I don't know if it's necessary. Or even appropriate. What were you thinking? You know you're not supposed to leave the palace. What now? Instead of just asking why did you leave the castle, Eddie supposed is just implied. I don't know what I would have done if something had happened to Mina. Let's return her to the palace. Everyone must be worried about her by now. Hey, hold it. I should have taken a picture of that because hold it We're talking about Ace Detectives. We are definitely making Phoenix Wright references here. Alright, that's fine. Safety numbers, after all, I can never repay you for all this. In the original, Nina says, "Thank you, because of the two of you, I was able to protect her. Gotta take her home." Everyone's worried. And when Kat suggests they go together, Nina says, "Really? That makes me so happy. Really didn't want to go back alone. I'll think of some way to thank you." Which is a much warmer, much more open, sociable way of greeting your new friends, rather than the stuttering, all right, like there's some reluctance. These characters are all just completely different. Maybe Bosch is the most like Bo. Well, we got Nina. It's only been an hour and change. So we'll be getting places. We're definitely gonna get to what I wanted to get to, which is the lore about the Black Wings. Then what is the next thing I'm excited about, lore-wise, from this fan translation? What's the next thing that I really want to compare? I don't know if there is much in Kapitan that I'm overtly, immediately interested in. But maybe something will jump out at me once I get there. Okay, excuse me a moment. Okay, one thing I should check, I suppose. I don't know how much of the church conversations I'm interested in looking at. I don't think I need to scrape all of it, but what do you have to say about Nina? Cannot say I fully understand your situation, but know that whatever darkness your wings may speak of, the people who surround you think only the best of you. Myths and legends are cold, dead things. Your present and future are alive and completely in your control. Interesting. Interesting. What does he say originally? Originally, he says, "Don't be tied down by tradition, do what you believe in your heart." So the sentiment is the same, but this one is more explicit about it. Okay, okay. Well, let me tell you, writing a script or a video essay is really hard. I've managed to put some words down, and I've tried a few different approaches, but I'm struggling because there are so many things I would like to talk about, and I don't know how to structure my argument. That's the same thing I complained about last time, is I don't know how to get from one point to the next, and anything that I could use as a segue is also something that I probably want to reuse and linger on. Like, any segue point can go many different directions. I'm thinking I'm really gonna have to take some time off stream to really sit down and think about all this stuff. Like, maybe I'm gonna actually schedule a bit of a stream break after I'm done with Shining Resonance. Which, it's my intention that I will stream some of that tomorrow. Please allow me my entourage to pass. Of course, Your Highness. Watch your step now. Let's find some juicy lore. Old hag in the cell next door used to be some kind of quack fortune teller. The royal family had her thrown in jail because she predicted their daughter would destroy Windia or some such crap. Did you do something to shut her up? Can't lock the truth up in here. A day of the Black-Winged One is upon us, a child of evil omens born into the royal family. It is she who will bring about the fall of Windia, just you watch, all of you. Regret the day you chose to silence me. Windia will perish in flames. One moment, please. Gonna make a comparison to the original, as always, but I have this in a different folder. The original, she goes, hehehe, I know the truth. Person who has black wings was born to the royal family. Won't do any good to lock me up like this. Windia will soon be engulfed by flames of disaster. Okay, so it's broadly speaking the same about flames. And she knows about the Blackwings and the legend. It's mostly the other guy who says something very different. He says, Granny next door was locked away because she put a spell on the land to cause a disaster. Like, not that she predicted it, not that she was threatening the royal family. But, like, she's taking credit for the fulfillment of the curse of legend. Good evening, Ark. How you doing? How's the what's it how? It's Monday. Monday for another 2 minutes for me. One more. Young princess would put in my care, such a sweet child. Fate was not kind unto her. Girl had wings of the purest midnight black. Said that the Black-Winged One is the harbinger of destruction of all of Windia. Those who wanted to have the child put to death out of fear and superstition. And then the king chose the lesser two evils, had his own daughter banished. His own daughter. Age took strength from me long ago. All I can do with what time I have left is hold the truth close to my heart. What a terrible burden it must be to be forced to choose between one's country and one's family. So I also think I'm gonna have to stop taking walks on my lunch break. It's getting too hot. Oh yeah, oh wow, oh boy. Yeah, don't go walking in the summer. That's... people die from heat stroke. So, let's see. The original translation... the nurse... this nurse... what nurse and saying, I no longer have the strength to get out of this bed, but in comparison to the sadness of the king, this is nothing. Shifting the focus to the king, rather than... the choice, the duty, country, or family. This is 4 hours ago, still don't feel great. Yeah. Cold showers. Maybe some extra potassium and sodium just in case. Long-standing myth that the fall of Windia will be heralded by the birth of a black-winged Windian. Bunch of superstitious nonsense if you ask me. Wait a minute. Pickles in the fridge, might go drink some of the juice. I've heard that's hydrating. Serious, by the way. I am not a proponent of drinking pickle brine straight, but at this point, you might as well. Or better yet, if you have the ability to take some of that brine and freeze them like popsicles, you could do that. Okay, so the interesting thing about this part about the Legend of the Blackwing, as we are learning here in the basement, is I need to check all my notes. Yeah, in this in this fan translation, it seems consistent in the labyrinth that the black wings are a sign of doom in and of itself. I thought there was something in the original translation about black wings in the royal family specifically being... Yeah. Okay, so later in the game, when the queen talks to Nina, in the original translation, it is said, when a child with black wings is born into a royal family, there will be trouble in the country. Specifically, black wings in royal family, not just anybody with black wings. It's gonna be a long time in the game before we get to that, to see if the queen in the fan translation still has that greater specificity to her knowledge of myth and legend. But if she does, you would think that a fan translation could put in the effort to foreshadow that a little more. Like, add that as the knowledge that belongs to the people here. How's the game been today? We beat up the Joker gang. That's about all we've accomplished. Nina has been a completely different character from the original. Nina... Fan translation Nina is I want to be more specific with my language than saying that she is sassy and confident. But yeah. Let's let me I took so many screenshots, so let me scroll back to them. She is a lot more aggressive with the Joker gang in her interactions with them. Like, when she learns of the kidnapping of Mina, in the original translation, you know, she is meek, she's insecure, she just says, "Oh," but in fan translation, she says, "You bastards." Yeah, in the original, the first line that Nina says after she shoots some lightning on the hoodlums is, "I'm sorry, are you hurt?" Which... maybe I'm overthinking it. I feel like first lines can sometimes be very instructive as to one's personality. So as in, like, I'm sorry, like she's apologetic and soft spoken and demure, perhaps. Whereas the fan translation, Nina's first line is, "My apologies, I meant to aim a little lower." Like, she intended to cause some damage. Like she's much more direct. She's much more, like, confident, aggressive, self-determined. Like she literally says in the first interaction we see her, she says, "I don't take orders from scum. Now be gone." Before she drops lightning on them. Whereas in the original translation, she drops the lightning without any warning. Also, hello, Xion. Oh, hey, a kitty. Yeah, we have a kitty. This translation calls her Lin. Wish we could see a literal translation of the original Japanese version, like word for word. So it's funny you mention that, because I since the last stream of this, I've gone and scoured the internet a little bit. Hang on, let's see. Where are they? Yeah, okay. I believe I have some images I can show. I just gotta mess with OBS for a second. Image. Well, let me find the image. So I know where the image is. Now I need to find it in OBS. Make it visible. This is also something I did as research for video essay, potentially, if there's room for it, if I'm going to address the fan translation at all. Okay, big image, gonna cover stuff. It might be a little hard to read on mobile devices and what have you. Let's get that in front of stream. So here is the creator of the fan translation in 2009. And in talking about translation quality, I'm gonna read out loud what it says here. Here's a part that's gonna blow your mind. Breath of Fire 2 is actually translated pretty damn well, assuming your only yardstick for translation quality is how closely it adheres to the original script. There are a few minor bowdlerizations, reference to booze, drunkenness, and breasts are gone, plus some genuine flubs, but apart from that, the classic translation is spot on. Which is precisely the problem, it's so accurate it hurts. You can practically work out the original Japanese sentence structure from the end result. So, the original translation is, you know, it is just about the literal translation that you would get. And here is this translator sharing the same sentiment like a month later or so. Apart from a mere handful of genuine flubs and obvious Nintendo mandated bowdlerizations, translation is brain-gougingly accurate. That is, it's written to convey the information from the Japanese script, and that's it. Isn't that interesting? So if I were to make a video essay about foreshadowing and about and about the identity of Yua or whatever. And if there's something that's left to interpretation, or if there's something where these translations would be in conflict, why would I not trust the original translation more? If the translator himself goes out of his way to say that the original is so accurate. Enough nonsense from you, you have no sister. Apologies for the confusion, Your Majesty. We are but humble travelers on a journey. What, okay. Nina taking charge here in this conversation, identifying herself as a traveler. The original Nina just says, "I'm sorry, your princess seemed to have been lost, so we..." And the sentence goes unfinished. Yeah, the original Nina is defined a lot by saying "I'm sorry" and then a lot of ellipses. She's shy. She's insecure about stuff, but we are but humble travelers on a journey. That is complete fabrication. Princess was set upon by bandits. We encountered her purely by chance and offered to escort her to the palace. Where is she getting all this improv talent from? Give them their due gratitude and show them out immediately. That's fine. Cast protected by fortifications, both man-made and natural. Simple matter to get in or out. Yep. For heading east, you'll have to detour across the cliffs to the south. Spot where the divide is narrow enough to cross. What the heck just happened back there? I thought Nina was a princess or some other royal-type celebrity. There are so many hyphens. Why the cold shoulder? Queen's your old lady. Sorry you didn't get a warmer welcome. Okay, that sounds a little more like the Nina I know. Indians tend to be like that towards outsiders? What? No, they don't. Since when? Also, in the original, Cat asked if it had something to do with the Black Wings before Nina get a chance to talk. I'm getting more worried about you. Okay, yeah. You're kind of completely changing the flow of this conversation. All these years I wished they were white so I could live without being feared by my own people. In the original, Nina just says thank you and leaves it at that. Sounds like this maybe should be called Breath of Fire 2 Rescript or something. Breath of Fire 2 Rewritten. Yeah. Yeah, it's... I feel like localization is... Like, that is a term that gets used a bunch in you know, video game conversation. But this changes things. This changes a lot. Like, there are so many embellishments. Oh, also, speaking of embellishments, I mentioned this at the start of stream, but there are more people in here now, so I will mention it again because I think it's cool. I'm reading Kurt Vonnegut. I'm reading God Bless You, Mr. Rosewater, because I wanted to know about Kilgore Trout, which is referenced in two people in Hometown, which the retranslation calls New Haven. And I had previously defended New Haven as sounding better than Hometown. Like, Hometown is kind of like too literal. Like, where are you from? I'm from Hometown. What's your hometown? It's Hometown, right? Like it's so literal that it seems like a mistake. Hometown. However, in this book, Mr. Rosewater, Elliot Rosewater, the Rosewater that we're mostly following, his medical record is anonymized, so that he's just Mr. Z, and he doesn't live in Rosewater County, Indiana, but instead he just lives in the anonymized location of Hometown, USA. So by changing Hometown to New Haven, we're missing another part of that whole literary reference. Now, I don't know that the literary reference means a whole heck of a lot. I don't think it has any particular impact on the story or the themes. But, like, it's there. Seems a good translation should respect the intent of the original script and leave it as that. Well, is it called Hometown in some fashion in the Japanese script? Could you discern that it was that it's making a reference in the original? I mean, Kilgore and Trout are in the Japanese, right? Yeah. And the Japanese makes them Kirogoa, and Torauto, if I'm trying to say it in a Japanese fashion. Now, I obviously don't speak Japanese, and I don't know what a Vonnegut translated into Japanese would read like, would sound like. Would Rosewater's anonymized version of Hometown be changed into what? So the Japanese name for hometown is Motonomachi, which apparently translates directly, according to the wiki, to town of origin. Maybe Motonomachi is what you would have read in your Japanese translation of Vonnegut. I don't know. But it's also like... Like, they had no time. The original English translators had no time. They had to translate the whole game in like 2 weeks or something. And they had no context, they had no time. How could they... Like, how did they end up with... Is it a lucky accident that they ended up with hometown? Because it fits within the character limit, and it's a literary reference accidentally that fits in the same reference that they're making with Kilgore and Trout in that town. Is it just a happy accident, or could they have... That it seems like too small of a point to like bother to get perfectly accurate, and that they would have the time to cross-reference like the literary references that are being made and pay attention to that. Like, how? Is it just a lucky accident? How did... How did we get there? Actually, maybe I'm overthinking it. Maybe I'm stupid. Maybe there is a better answer. Maybe I can explain why hometown is hometown. And why they got that right. Hang on. Let me see. So is hometown mentioned in the end credits? Because the end credits are not translated, and the end credits segment is just... Okay. Chapter 1: Ranger, rooming house, residence, lovers, church. Whopper later, princess, anything? No, actually. So when the end credits go through and names all of the characters in place of naming the people working on the game, there is no mention of hometown. Like, the name hometown does not show up. The location Mount Futabi shows up as Mount Futabi when you're looking through this. And Corsair, it's called Colosseum. I don't see... Maybe it shows up later. Maybe it shows up later. When would the story go back there? Does hometown show up anywhere in the end credits? I don't think so. No. So how did the original translation get hometown right? Maybe stupid? What makes you think you're stupid, Xion? We're talking some very inside baseball here. Being extremely nitpicky about granular information. Ladies and gentlemen, your attention please. Come on to the greatest little magic show on Earth. I said that because you said you might be stupid? Okay. Nothing in my hands, nothing up my sleeve. Watch as a perfectly ordinary human being takes a step inside this perfectly ordinary box. Then with the merest flexing of my superhuman abilities, I will make them vanish into thin air. Step right up, sir. Step right up. That's a good sir. Now, yes, we have a volunteer. No backing out now, sir. Don't want to look like a coward in front of those lovely ladies in the audience now, do you? I was thinking about this line before stream started, that I was curious about Sten's characterization and what he might say. Because in the original, he says, I have it right here, he says, you don't want to look chicken in front of the cute lady. Which, I don't know, chicken both sounds like it sounds very silly, and it's lighthearted. It's and I was thinking, like, would they change it to coward? Would they change it to craven? All of that seems like too strong. Like you don't want to chicken out. Like you want to like keep it light. Because it's entertainment, it's show business, and the stakes should be low. Everything's set for your grand debut. If all goes well, you'll be a star of the show. Change it to beta. And I don't think people were talking about betas and sigmas and what have you in 2009. Mr. Magic-Man. And this magic guy is supposed to finish when you volunteer coming back or something? Oh, that. That's enough charlatanry for now. That's a big word. Mental powers never fail me. Okay, again, embellishing a lot. This disappearing act of yours is trying my patience, and now I'll show you some real magic. Again, Nina being so much more aggressive. The original, Nina says, never mind the magic, please just bring Ryu back. Very soft-spoken. And then Sten asks, is Ryu your boyfriend? Nina says, no, but bring Ryu back. None of this aggression. None of this threat. Nina should not be making threats. Adrift in a dimensional vortex. You're just making it more complicated than... What's wrong with he has disappeared into another dimension? Do we have to bring vortices into it? Why? Not the end of the world, just the end of the affair. What? What the heck's the diversional Vorpal thingy? Yeah, we gotta make it extra complicated so that we can have another instance of hammering home that Lyn is supposed to be super stupid. We can start with tea time. Brew up a nice pot and I can explain to you my cunning plan to rescue boyfriend over tea and crumpets. Why crumpets? Are we making Sten British? Well, we see. Haven't had up a exemplary member of the Pharaoh's sect for quite some time. You talk funny. Need in my head here. Let's leave this dipstick and find some way to get you out of that dimmy. Who's it? Hyphens and Lynn is stupid. Hitting the same notes over and over. I smell a love triangle. Thank you. Thank you for shouting out what the original is merely implying. World's most eligible prestidigitator. Prestidigitator. That's such a hard word. Prestidigitator. Refined calm versus brash braceness. This contrast doesn't even work now when you've made Nina utter some threats. Why are we going straight to penny thieving? What? Should've known something so tough to pronounce couldn't be for real. Yeah, because Lynn is stupid, you see. The old family jewels, are we serious? So why is Cat called Lynn in this? The original Japanese name for her is roughly Linpu? Rinpu? And Breath of Fire 5, also known as Dragon Quarter, has a lot of Breath of Fire 2 references in it. Namely, your party member, you have a permanent party member named Lynn, and you have a temporary party member named Bosch. Those are both like explicit Breath of Fire 2 references. So what this fan translation is doing, it's like it is correcting in the direction of where the series was going. So Rinpu becomes Lin because Lin is the name in Dragon Quarter. And Bo becomes Bosch because Bosch is the character in Dragon Quarter. And so on and so forth. Feral Cat Girl. I won't break anything this time. Allow me to loan you my services in reparation for my heinous act. Why is she leaning on Ryu for permission? She was not doing that at all in the original. Does this look like a face that would lie to you? Yes? original, rather than posing his sincerity in the form of a question, Sten says, "I'm not kidding, I'll give my life to you." That kind of bluntness and straightforward speaking, you know, it has a place after he's been acting a showman. Like Catbetter has a name? I mean, I can't unlearn that her name is Cat. Hey, the raid sound. Yep, that's the raid sound. This is where it's from. It's a new party member joining. Let's sell some roasts. And the old copper sword and bowie knife. I might be better off actually keeping the silver knife. Are we gonna be fighting any undead types? Maybe. Chainmail. That's the expensive stuff. We gotta get that first. And now we're out of money. Okay, I don't think there's anything especially interesting that the NPCs here have to say. Some reprobate broken here not too long ago. Yeah, Yep. Yeah, so far my impression of this fan rewrite is that it's really amateur. Like, too many hyphens, too many adjectives, too much cursing. Too many dictionary words. Like, who talks about reprobates in casual conversation? Like that's not even bringing up the fact that the characterization is completely changed and completely new lines are written in. Anyway. It's 2 hours. I need to mute and cough, else I'm gonna get up and get more water. So let's have ourselves an ad break for a few minutes. Alright, let's get back into it. And by it, I mean... let's go visit the circus, actually. I'll bet you $100 you're gonna want your money back. Yeah? That's fairly accurate. What the heck is this? Wonder if they got the infamous Ephestria Cuniella on display? Or the legendary Trichogramma? Does anybody know what this is? Is this one of them places that the translator put in references to other games he has translated? Hang on. Ephestria Quenella? Okay, I'm googling, and so on Wikipedia there's a wiki for the Mediterranean flower moth. Flour, flour, like for baking. Mediterranean flower moth, which is Ephestia, no R, Quenella. Why are we referencing a Mediterranean moth? Like, inaccurately even. If this were something that came up again with the cooking stuff in Semafort, it would be one thing, but and Trichogramma is a genus of minute polyphagous wasps. Why is she talking about wasps and moths? Is this foreshadowing the golden fly in Semafort? Is it? Is that what it is? Someone likes bugs? Apparently. So what the original script says is, I wonder what this strange animal is. Is it a half-man, half-donut? Or is it the dreaded killer bunny? I don't know if that's accurate to what the Japanese says. I'll take it on faith that it is. But that's just like funny. Half man, half donut? That rules. Why do we never get to see a half man, half donut in any Capcom game? Like, how do you go from that to this lady talking about bugs? Why? Circus life isn't all glitter and grease paint. So if people come these days, we could burn the tent to the ground and nobody even see the smoke. Added the Melodia next. Yeah, you. Such embellishments. Genuine, bona fide, 100% authentic grassman. The plant or animal? Give me a ticket. Okay, what if we try to go back? In you go. There's an entrance, not an exit. Okay. Fair enough. Nobody else in here. You can buy a worm to feed the turtle. And in the different places you do it, the turtle will have a few different reactions. Mostly just swimming fast in there. It's riddle time! Which one of the following would go blind if it lost its ears? Cat, a bunny, a giraffe, a bat, a dog, a lemur. That seems like a bat. Riddle time yet again. Which one of these comes after tennis? Elbow? So, riddle time again. Which of the following is the odd man out? Odd man out? Is the fireman not a superhero? I don't know why they bothered to make new riddles, because the riddles that Watts had originally, they were some of the best written stuff in the game. Now, not necessarily the best localized, because he does make reference to the colors of the buttons on the Super Nintendo controller, which in America is going to be all purple, rather than what we have in Europe and on the Super Famicom. Technically, he's a Mega Man bad guy. Also, don't get the elbow thing. Tennis elbow is a medical condition. Like you can get some wrist strain. Which one of the following would go blind if it lost its ears? We already had this one. Surely you have more than 3. Do you not have more than 3? Which one of these is a tiger good at? It's gonna be golf. It's gonna be Tiger Woods. It's gonna be Tiger Woods. It's gonna be golf. When was Tiger Woods at the peak of his popularity and winning stuff? Tiger Woods, born December 30th, 1975. Did not know that. Tied for first in PGA Tour wins, ranked second in men's major championship. When did he? Okay, here we go. Woods turned professional in 1996 at the age of 20. By the end of April 97, he had won 3 PGA Tour events in addition to his first major 1997 Masters, which he won 12 strokes. So, Tiger Woods had not gone pro by the time this game came out. Therefore, I'm gonna say that's anachronistic. That is not... That does not belong. Just fact-checking here. Because we've seen 4. Does he have more than 4? I think 4 is about right. If there is a 5th one... No, he's just gonna ask me about bats again. What, please? What, please? Please! Okay, I give up. There's just 4 of them. There's just 4 of them. Ladies and gentlemen, or possibly vice versa? What? Keep your eyes on the grass, man. That's all, folks. Did you enjoy the show? Of course you did. Wonder and terror of our time? What? Want to see him again? Go back through the line and pay the nice man out front. See you all next time. You've been wonderful. In the original, he makes some reference to go get some money from your parents so that you can go again. Which, you know, not an unreasonable thing to say given that canonically, I believe the age of our party members, okay, from top to bottom, Ryu is 16, Lyn is 15, Nina is 17, and Sten is 19. They're all teenagers, canonically. Let me just fact check. Did I get that right? Fact checking with the Japanese intro. Ryu 16, Lyn 15, Nina 17, Sten 19. Yep, got it all right. Sten is 19? Thought he was like a washed up army commander? What the hell? Yeah, no, he has PTSD. It's just High Fort uses child soldiers. Yep. And since we're talking about it, Bo, aka Bosch, also 15. Rand, 31. Jean, 17. Spar, 111. There we go. I suppose it's time we take a bit of a break from all that text, all that translation. We want to afford some upgrades. We want to get some levels before we get through the well and Kapitan. Because the next boss we're coming up against is one of the toughest in the game, really. If you're underprepared, certainly. And also used up the firecracker to deal with the thugs, so we don't have that as an option either. Wouldn't it make more sense up front instead of Nina? Yeah. I should change that. It's just... This is the order they joined in. I didn't get into a battle before now. Let's change things around now. Switch, order, auto. Maybe even use the scatter formation. Why not? How much do antidotes cost? Oh, I actually don't have a lot of stuff in my inventory. How much do antidotes cost? Started playing Skyward Sword HD? Hey, how about that? One antidote is 12. Should buy another stack. If I ever play another Zelda game that I haven't played before, I feel like Skyward Sword HD is probably the one I would go for. I don't think I have any reason to suspect I would enjoy Spirit Tracks or Echoes of Wisdom or Tears of the Kingdom. Skyward Sword, I'm at least a little willing to give it a chance in the sense that at least it had the good sense to get rid of motion controls and just let you use the analog stick instead. But yeah, hope you're having fun Zeldaing. So what I'm playing off stream, which I don't believe I've talked about other than in Ark's chat the other day, is I'm playing Just Breed on the Famicom. It is an Enix strategy RPG, and I had played it briefly. It's not great, true. You know what's really funny? So, are you familiar with RPGclassics.com? It's an old webbed site where people make shrines. Like it hosts some guides and info for various old RPGs. Sometimes it's more convenient than scrolling through old walkthroughs and stuff on GameFAQs. Whoever did the shrine for Just Breed did end up calling one of the pages in that shrine Great Greed, like in the title of the HTML, like it's just an accident. I don't know if they also had made a shrine for Great Greed, but I mean, they rhyme. It's there. Yeah, Great Greed is a Game Boy RPG by Konami. No, not Konami. Namco. And I streamed it like 5 years ago. 5 years ago? Thereabouts. Like, I think I did it as part of the Retro 2020 thing that I did then. But I definitely used the blue color scheme like I was playing Surfacing, which I made at the end of 2020, October 2020. Anyway, not here to talk about Surfacing or Great Breed. I'm here to say that Just Breed on the Famicom. The reason that I picked it, part of it is, you know, I'm trying to have some follow-through. Like, I had an old save state from 2009. I know, it's ridiculous that I still have it. I played it. I didn't dislike it. I don't think there was a particular reason why I stopped playing it other than I'm just not generally as into strategy RPGs as other forms of RPG. And I have been thinking that maybe I should attempt to broaden my tastes in RPGs little by little. Try a few other strategy RPGs and whatnot. And so I thought that was one that I remembered a little of, and that it seemed fine, and it's a Famicom game, like it shouldn't be that big of a commitment. More fool me, because... So it is a Famicom game, and it is a fan translation. As it turns out, it's probably one of the biggest games on the system. I've been playing it for like a week or so, and I'm like halfway through at best. So by looking at the RPG Classics Shrine, I know that the total amount of battles that you go through is 29, and I'm up to battle number 14. And there has already been at least one battle that, like, genuinely took over an hour. Like, I thought it was gonna be like a small fry. Just bang it out, no problem, and get a little feel of strategy RPG, but it is in fact a white whale. There is a lot that I like about it. I like that there are repeatable battles. Like you can go back and grind if you want to. But the unfortunate thing about that is, of course, it's an NX RPG, so you kind of have to, because equipment is expensive. You have a lot of units to be equipping. And the great thing about the grinding is that it doesn't really matter who lands the killing blow, because each army that you control have a shared thing of experience. And also, all armies have a shared inventory. So if you need to use healing items or something, it's not like you gotta assign one here and one there, and it's just, oh yeah, everything comes from the communal bag. Yeah, I like that you can spend some time out of battle, talking to NPCs, exploring town a little bit, each town having a little bit of different flavor to it. Some minor puzzles, talking to people and doing whatever. Like, it's not a Fire Emblem style, just battle, visual novel, conversation, battle, visual novel, conversation, battle, conversation, battle, conversation. You get to have some downtime. And also, there is a pretty good variety in objectives. So it's not just kill all enemies on the map. There's a thing of protect these NPCs for a certain amount of turns. There's reach a destination, reach a moving target, maybe. There's there is battles where you don't control the armies, but only the generals. For like a boss battle. There's stuff where you have to leave your armies behind because there are buttons that need to be pushed. Need to be pressed down for a door to open so that the rest of them can go through. That's the battle that took over an hour. Still think you need to play Royal Stone on the Game Gear for the same reason. Traditional and very well drawn RPG towns, along with genuinely solid tactical combat. Yeah, that sounds like something maybe I would be into, but it depends on what I look like when I come out the other side after I have processed all of Just Breed. Also, other thing that I appreciate with it, there is no accuracy or evasion, and no critical hits, so it doesn't feel like you're really being RNG screwed. Like, sure, there's a little damage variance, I believe, so sometimes an enemy will survive on 1 hit point, and it's like, you could have, somebody could have had just a slightly better roll. But you know, it just feels a lot more fair in that sense. Also, I don't think there's any RNG to the stat gains on level up. I think those are just fixed. And fairly generous. None of that Fire Emblem garbage. Which, I don't know if it's fair to call it Fire Emblem garbage if Shining Force does the same thing. I don't know if Shining Force does the same thing, but some Shining games do, for sure. Some Camelot games do. Beyond the Beyond does that. Beyond the Beyond is not a Shining, but anyway. I have a clip saved on my Switch from when I was streaming Three Houses. And what's-his-face leveled up and got 0 stat gains. Is his name Alonso? Or am I thinking of the Grandia 3 dad? Stepdad. Anyway, Uncle General with the facial hair. He got a level up with no stats. Hate that. Fire Emblem level ups are the worst. Agreed. Very agreed. Sending a screenshot of Royal Zone just because I get excited about that game. This game just looks 16-bit to me, unreasonably pretty. Okay, I will take a look. Good use of color. Now, that image is suffering from some severe JPEG compression. But that does look nice. Game does look good, I promise. I do believe that the Game Gear is capable of pretty games. I haven't played a ton of Game Gear games in my day. I played Dragon Crystal, I played Defender of Oasis, and I played Sylvan Tale. I think those are the ones that I've played and beaten. If I ever collected for a second console, Game Gear would most likely be it. Wait, are you already collecting for a first console? Do I know about this? Do I know how you're a big Saturn and/or Dreamcast stan? TurboGrafx? Not actively collected Neo Geo Pocket Color games. Oh. Oh. I don't believe I've ever played anything Neo Geo. Well, you say not actively anymore, but I assume you still have your collection? Which are the prized possessions of said collection? Has a ton of great fighting games. I would expect that from Neo Geo. A few passable RPGs. I love a passable RPG. All my collection prized possessions are an English copy of Fossile, Japanese copy of Rockman Battle and Fighters. Fossile goes for about 400 right now. Oh dang! Rockman Battle, Rockman Fighters? Were they ever translated? Do I know those games? I feel like I've been a big enough Mega Man fan in my day that I should at least know about its spin-offs and such. Such a cool game, tactical mech game. You only control one mech. Tactics come in how you control them. Series of commands. Forward turn, turn left, fire gun. Have to anticipate enemy movement for 15 turns. Oh, interesting. Anticipate movement, huh? I feel like I have heard some indie tactical games described in a similar manner, but that would pass me by because I have such no interest in any of that for myself. Someone like that at one point it was multiplayer? Ah. Yeah, no. That's... that changes things completely. Oh, here, piggy. Alright, I have things to sell. We can afford all the best equipment now, I'm sure. Anybody still need the chainmail? No. Mage robe over catsuit, I guess, is the most expensive thing. Escutcheon. Escutcheon on that. Then we still need 2 glass helms. And then we'll be good as far as equipment. Dum-de-dum. I don't think I have any particular interest in having a collection of games. If I did, I would probably pick a portable system. Because the portable systems, the old portable systems are, you know, like region free for the most part. Whereas if I were to collect, I don't know, Super Nintendo games, then, I mean, it would make sense that I would collect the PAL copies because I live in a PAL region. But then plenty of games didn't come out in this region. And if I were to collect the NTSC versions, then I don't know if I had to get an American Super Nintendo somewhere, and would I even be able to plug it into an outlet or something? Are your carts shaped different? I believe so, yes. I believe that the PAL region carts and everything about the system is as the same as it is with the Japanese. Like, aren't the American Super Nintendo carts all kinds of, like, square? Like, sharp 90-degree angles on them? One thing that is a problem is PAL NTSC games have different refresh rates. NTSC games run too fast on your SNES out there would be way harder. Yeah, that is true. That is true. So if I ever had gotten an import copy of Breath of Fire 1 and been able to play it on my Super Nintendo because my action replay would bypass the region check, like you say, it would have ran too fast. But I mean, heck, I would have taken it. That might still have been a preferable, more authentic version of experiencing Breath of Fire 1 the first time than through emulation when I guess I didn't have a sound card that the emulator played nice with, so if I wanted to listen to the game's music, I had to listen to fan-made MIDIs. And I played through Breath of Fire 1 listening to other music. What kind of music I listened to those days? Probably a bunch of Weird Al. Maybe some Hanson. So yeah. Different standards in different regions. Nothing but a mess. But none of that is a problem anymore, is it? All of our TVs are standardized internationally. Nothing about refresh rates. I mean, I would assume that there are differences in voltage or something with the electrical. Like, the EU has not been able to standardize electric outlets and what have you as of yet. Like, every country does a different thing with that. Gosh, we haven't even been able to standardize rail gauge. And you know, we've had railroads and trains for far longer than we've had video games. Just... Don't even get me started on the Imperial system, anyway. Sure would have been nice if I had a segue there. Anyway, 3 people are poisoned. So, the inn costs what, 30 bucks? Yeah. 1 antidote costs 12 zenny. So, if 3 people are poisoned, it's cheaper to just rest at the inn than use antidotes. So how much grinding am I going to do? I still needed to afford something in terms of armor, didn't I? I usually like to grind so long that Nina learns Sonic Boom, which probably isn't called that in this game. That's not even the next spell she's gonna learn, is it? Actually, maybe it would be cool if I started collecting for a console that I never played before, didn't have any nostalgia for, but still didn't have any of this region problem. Like the ZX Spectrum. Did that thing even release anything in America at all, or was that like a purely British invention? Maybe reached a little elsewhere in Europe. I did not know even about the existence of the Specky until I found Princess Remedy as a free Steam game. What a good game. What a tremendous game, by the way. Or maybe I could get into collecting some manner of Amiga or the Commodore 64 stuff. Because those existed in my vicinity, but I had very little to do with them. We never owned any of that ourselves. Like, my cousins that lived basically next door, they had a Commodore 64, but we very rarely brought it out. Like I guess we were just more into playing on swings and playing soccer or board games or whatever. I guess with my cousins and my brother, or brothers plural, too many people around to share a one controller for the single player games that they had. And another friend of mine had a Commodore 64, or at least one of my friends had a Commodore 64, but it was like put in storage. The only thing they ever had hooked up was the Sega Mega Drive, not a Genesis, a Mega Drive. The ability to get roast from these infernal areas is impressive. Thank you. Yep, I've gotten some decent hunting luck today. I've probably talked about the Commodore 64 version of Rastan before. Rastan, however you say it. Like, that is one of those games that I just remember watching my brother and my cousin playing and thinking it looked so cool. Like, scary and spooky and challenging and like Castlevania-like. Not a frame of reference I really would have had at the time, but like, very, very cool, spooky action platformer that made an impression on me. And then I was never able to get any Commodore 64 emulation working, so I was never able to play it for myself. And instead I like went for a long play on YouTube. And and then I was like, oh, this is what I remember with rose-tinted glasses? Like, apparently it doesn't even have any sound effects. It had music, but no sound effects. Or the music stops when a sound effect is gonna play, or something. There was something really weird with the audio. And apparently the game isn't beatable without some hacks, because the original release had some bug, made some platforming section impossible. Womp womp. One thing I will say about Breath of the Wild 2 was Magic felt more impactful. Beautiful animations, but they hit like wet noodles. Yeah, it's... I can't dispute that. The issue is a little bit of... The wisdom stat is only magic defense. It's... like, magic damage doesn't scale with that stat. It seems like it should. So between Sten and Nina, it doesn't really matter which one of them casts Flame if both of them have it. It would do basically the same damage. So you would think Nina should do a lot more damage with it. FF1 syndrome, little bit. I still think the magic here is an improvement over the way it works in Breath of Fire 1 with no hunting luck that time. Breath of Fire 1, like, all of the spells deal fixed damage. You gonna get her use blue? I imagine so. I don't see why I wouldn't get her. Is it the Mage's Robe we were looking at? No. Glass Helm? Yes, Glass Helm. But the one in Magic was weird because it was super good until the moment it wasn't. Yeah, that's true too. It doesn't really scale up, and enemies are pretty dang HP spongy. Lots of stuff is weird in Breath of Fire 1. Remember Bo showing up and a lightning spell that just didn't encounters until suddenly it, and by extension he, was worthless? It did do some significant damage at the start, yes. He just didn't have the AP to be casting it consistently. And also, you probably equip him with the wolf helmet that you find in the chest immediately next when he joins, and the game does nothing to tell you that it's cursed, so that he actually takes double damage. I will never not gripe about that one. Like, it just gives the impression that he has terrible defense throughout the game, and then it doesn't help that he can't really equip shields unless his bow is one of them rare bows that's actually a small bow. Which is also not something that the game indicates very well. And maybe the same thing happens with Mogu, like, one of his claw weapons lets him use a shield, but not many. World's biggest Breath of Fire 1 defender, but I admit it was full of jank and poor decisions. Yep. I used to say that Breath of Fire 1 was an incredible game by NES standards. Nowadays, I think that's a little too harsh and a little uncharitable. And also, the game released late enough. Like it was not like year one Super Nintendo. There's not much reason to go looking for that kind of comparison. Since I would never got another Mold character, I thought Mogu was so cool as a kid. Yeah, Mogu is an interesting one. Mogu gets a bit of character moment. Going into his dreams and everything. Not a lot of love for the Mole clan. None of them in 2. The one that you see in 3. Spoiler, I guess, for the first minute of 3. That guy just instantly dies. You'd think the Mole clan would have been major players in Dragon Quarter, you know, establishing the setting, but no. None of that. Mr. Fellow Neighborhood Monster Hunter. Yeah, what if I talk to you with a cat, Female of Warren, such a rare sight. How much do you want for her? Yeah, that's basically what the original says there as well. Ever hear of Oopa Roopa? No. Fun-looking critters. Caves along seaside cliffs. Freak shows will pay a lot of money. Hyphens and apostrophes. Look goofy, but they're a real tricky to catch. Anything else? Live off of algar fruits. But they taste like crap. One man's meat, another man's poison. Season time of year, around this time, a lovely lady shows up in the forest, waiting for her, you know? Forest girl like that'd be worth a fortune. If you say so. Handy fungus. I mean, what else are you gonna do with a Japanese pun? You can't really do better than that. Am I done grinding? Am I ready for the well? I don't know that I am. I would have liked Nina to get 1 or 2 more levels still. But if I'm gonna grind, I'm better off grinding over in this direction. Sure, the inn is more expensive, but maybe there is better experience yields here. Do I strictly need to get a higher level? Beat it? You know, probably not. You get revived from rain if you rescue everyone, correct? And Q2 if you don't. Yep, that's about right. That is the gist of it. There is an argument to be made that Tier 2 is the better one, has more utility. Because it doesn't have a 30% chance of failing. Then if you play well, you're probably still alive when you want the healing. Let's all go in here just for a second. Get an irrelevant line of dialogue. Get out of my house. Actually, you know, I don't remember. Is this place called anything? Keha Woods? I don't remember if it's called anything at all. Okay, that's just house. I don't know if these woods have a name. In the original. Never really looked at it. What was I thinking? Who's anybody close to level up? Sten's kind of close to level up. Heck with it. Down we go. I want in the well. Gotta get things moving. Is there anything else of interest? You. You may call me Locker. I was one and only true artiste in the realm of architectural painting. See, I always thought his name should just be Locke instead of Locker with an R. Okay, that woman just sniffling isn't as hysterical as I'm used to. 3 different carpenters, his own unique architectural vision. This lady. I've been looking for the others to look for the missing child. He hasn't come back yet. I'm sure he'll come home safe and sound. That well must be cursed. No mention of a curse in the original. Let's get down here. I don't have a very clear grasp on Ray's personality necessarily. You were injured by him, Maria? Not long ago, a child turned up missing in this village. He was last sighted near this dried up well. Villagers came down to search for him. As you can see, the well is infested with monsters. Ray seems, thus far, unchanged. I'm okay with this. Always took him as a well-meaning but misguided evangelical type? Yeah, pretty much. Oh, this guy is called Godive. It's called Godive because it, in this well, all of the enemies are have names that are referencing some Japanese chocolate brand. So here's an instance of this translation respecting the reference or being aware of it. No, wait, is that a U? Godiu? Godiu, not Godiv? Is the wiki wrong? Or is the font just weird? Entire village is in grave peril from these monsters. We must act immediately. Will you lend me your aid? Save state? What if we say no? Even as a servant of God, I'm still but one man. You must help me. Not a chance. Can't afford to waste time arguing. Our lives at stake, and every second is precious. Cannot do this alone. What do you mean I'm allergic? You're an insult to the sword you wield. What is this? You're saying you would watch innocent people die? Damn straight. I cannot take no for an answer. Okay, there's the loop. Let me just make sure that I get a picture of I'm allergic. Like, what the heck with that? Anyway. And my gratitude now, come with me. take care of this foul beast. You can go on inside. Did we take damage in the last fight? Yeah, we can afford to heal. Oh, suddenly our run button doesn't work. It's a little situational, apparently. Hey, man. Sten's gonna level up off of this oversized ant if it would let me onto the island. Okay, let's take a look here. Is the name Godiu or Godiv? I don't know how I can tell. I read that as a V, not a U. How would you make the distinction in this font? Like if it can only be 3 pixels wide, what are we doing? And like this name font, isn't it? It's different from the font that we're using for the rest of the interface. Like compare the G in the guts with the G in Godiv or Godiu. But whether that's a V or a U, it's still closer to Godiva Chocolatier than the original name of Creon. I don't know how they got Creon out of this. Sorry. Have a fast forward button. I get impatient. Sometimes I press it. It's a little too powerful. Okay, Vitalizer. That Vitalizer is another instance of not being accurate to the Japanese, but adapting the item name to what it would be in Breath of Fire 3 and or 4. I should have healed, actually. Len is hurting slightly. Also, combo attack does make a lot more sense than Egg Beater. Amulet. Prevents curse. Yep, that's what it does. Turtle, can you please hurry? We're losing our minds here. I wanted to play with the turtles. Elena couldn't find my way back. Are you mad at me? Where's this question coming from? That kid does not ask any question at all in the original. Is Frost still the best one we can use here? Okay, its name is changed to Goncharo. Which... I'm sure that's also one of them chocolate things. Sorry, I'm not even looking at that. I don't know how much damage we're taking. I need to look at the game. I'm trying to find this. Trying to find Guntaro. Okay. Then the bosses section, not mini boss section. Yeah, the name Terrapin, just complete invention of the original translation. Right. Yeah, we need some healing right now. Earthquake is a problem. As is the fire breath. Do I just actually use the vitalizer right now? I'm just actually gonna use it. It'll be fine. Perfect. More than perfect. We got a counter and a crit out of that. Wow. Why do I get so lucky on stream? I feel like I have way more luck in this game on stream than off. Oh, I guess I asked for it. I was complaining about too much luck. If I ever play this game again, I want to do the equip glitch to turn Nina into a super monster. Yeah, the one with messing with the shop inventory mashing something. I've never done that. There's another nice crit right there. Everybody heal yourself. Ark, what if you played the randomizer instead, though? Maybe you wouldn't have to be doing any glitching, and you just happen to roll a Nina that's super busted. Okay, what's the plan here? What is the plan? We have 2 things of ammonia. Let's this. Speaking of randomizers, will you that post on Blue Sky about the Phantasy Star 4 rando? Yeah, I did a reskeet of that. Looks pretty keen. Have a few friends who are waiting to Phantasy Stars. I told them about it. Of course, they already knew, though. Of course they did. I mean, it's been around for a while. And in a few different forms, too, probably. Yeah, the first time that I streamed one of those, it wasn't even an open world randomizer yet, and I got the bug where every chest just contained money. But that's forever ago. There we go. But you're still alive? Ain't no way, dude. Die, 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 die! Oh, I was being risky. I was being way risky. This guy still has way more health. How is... I don't know how it's still alive. How is it still alive? Hey, Yeti, welcome in. Random here Google's search says Goncharo/Goncharov is a Japanese chocolate company, as you were saying. Yep, that is what the... Well, that's what's on the Breath of Fire fan wiki. And I have certainly spent my time looking at that. I like the name Terrapin, though. I don't know why they made that change. I guess we wouldn't know about a Japanese chocolate company. And I'm here to look at the text. I'm not here to do a good job with combat. I'm actually gonna save state here. Can I beat him? Yes. Okay. I saved a state, but I didn't need to reload. So happy about that. So for context, Yeti, in case you weren't here earlier or the last stream I did of this last week, off stream, I have played through the original game recently and taken a screenshot of every line of dialogue that I could scrape. And now I'm playing the fan translation for the first time in forever and having a look at it with fresh eyes. And this rewrite is a lot weirder than I remembered. Quickly rescue the villagers and present in the cave. This won't hold forever. And if I talk to him again, did you find everyone? That is a much better question. Like, here's something that this genuinely does right. Like, the original just says, save the villagers, ? As though, like, you could have accidentally thought that that was part of the same conversation and that you didn't trigger a second one. Like, people have missed out on this segment thinking that they are asking for, like, confirmation. Will you do this? Not, are you done doing it? Ugly slimy thing? What ugly slimy thing is he talking about? No mention of anything ugly or slimy in the original. Probably should have healed Ryu. Why haven't I healed Ryu? I'm a dingus. Oh, double dodge! I swear, I have the craziest luck when I'm streaming. Hmm. That's villager. That's an uppercase V. I can't compare that. Like, I'm still unsure if what I just fought was a good div or good to you. All I can hope for is some other enemy somewhere with a V or a U in the name. But yeah, Tyrol is another chocolate reference. And I guess if we're looping back to the hometown stuff from earlier, it seems odd that the original translators would have retained the literary references, but then decided to change the chocolate references. I suppose the English-speaking audience is more likely to know about Kurt Vonnegut than Japanese chocolates. But I'm still undecided on whether a hometown is a for real intentional reference. Nope, not finding you. But you always gotta go in and confirm, and then walk out. Like that, left and right. You don't have to walk up and down. You just walk left and right. Or right and left. You stop that. Probably should have healed. Do I need to heal for these? Yeah, okay, so it's faster than Stan. Just thought I didn't need to heal because last time Lynn credited. Has the Rivave kid been found yet? So Ribabu Child has changed to Rivave? Is that a reference to something that I don't know? Neither term shows up on the wiki. Okay, because it's just this one-off line. Okay, that's everybody saved. And letting the one go to you drown. Run button stops working in this room for reasons. Be prepared to run. What are you waiting for? Run. Yeah, my run button doesn't work. Examine your dad. Ava, take me to the place you and your party call home. Yeah, okay. Nothing else? Times. Okay, since we saved everybody, there are some extra carpenters here. A few extra lines of dialogue we wouldn't otherwise have gotten. Only available temporarily, I believe. And Ray's with us. Is this the Rivave household? Bang Zoom Pow? Straight to the moon? Alright, strap in, it's time for all kinds of backtracking. Zooming across the overworld. Yeah, no, look. Fungus. That is a U. That is a U. So the name of the enemy in the well was Godyu. Godyu. So, okay. I was wrong reading it as Godiv, and the wiki has it right. Another amulet. Not really concerned about curse as of yet. Just remarkable drop luck today. Like we got that silver dagger. We got... what else did we get? We got stuff. Oh, Nina, now is about the time you could really stand to learn Sonic Boom, or whatever it's called on this one. Apologies for the loud sound my chair makes. One day I'll be able to get myself a Herman Miller or something to try a different chair. Wait a minute. Nina is furthest back, as far as combat is concerned. But on the overworld, Stent is furthest back. Why are we experiencing this discrepancy? Is it because something messed up when Ray joined us? Oh. Well, it kind of works out to my benefit in that I only have to press the shoulder button once. I really didn't think I would do another Breath of Fire 2 stream this year other than the High Fort challenge, but here we are. I guess this is how I convinced myself to do a full playthrough. Just making it harder for myself to think of new ways to play through the game. You know I'm gonna play this game again next year. It's inevitable, isn't it? What could I possibly do different that I haven't done before? Low level challenge? I've kind of done that. Not on stream, but I have tried beating the game at as low level as possible. But for the purposes of that, I did a lot of stat boost and cooking. Speedruns? I don't know that I would want to do a speedrun. The speedrun is too long for me to want to do in a single segment. I mean, I guess I can go ahead and play the German or Brazilian Portuguese translations. I can't use Duolingo anymore because it's ruined by AI. Because I guess we gotta learn languages the old-fashioned way, which is through video games. Like that's all I've got. Only so much you can do with the randomizer if it doesn't get any updates. Why would it get any updates? Abyss and Nim has moved on to other projects. I'm a little tempted to try the randomizer you made for Final Fantasy Legend 3. Is that the name? The Saga game on Game Boy? I think that's the name. Because I've never played that one before. And it would be fun to be able to say that there is some game that I played a randomized version before ever playing vanilla. This place the sweetest? Guess... Who would guess it all needs to be a smelly old dump? That's... Got our own room, no landlady or nothing. Lots of embellishments from the original, but it's just par for the course now. This is your village? Rather quaint. Yes, quaint. Yeah, no, Ray isn't insulting of this place now, like this. Floppy hyphen-eared fellow, and all the men are the only ones who live here. Who are you calling floppy-eared? Completely different tone. In the original Nero says, "I'm just an old man." You want to look, and then runs upstairs. None of this sass. Check this place out. Promise I will grant you the blessing of Lord Ava. Know that it is a great honor to receive this benediction. Raise dead spell. Decide amongst yourselves who has received the blessing and then speak with me again. Okay, so I forget I forget the order of operations here. Like I think the dialogue, yeah. Yeah, if I talk to Bosch, I miss out on this conversation here. Someone wants to teach me some real magic tricks? Not that I'm not grateful, somehow I find my sword has more panache, you understand? Might as well be offering it to your feline friend, though she'd likely be more inclined to try and eat it. Hammering that same note of Lynn is stupid. Spell for me, really? You can give it to somebody else. By the way, have you tried the bed yet? Offering to teach me magic? If the healing spell, you're looking at the wrong person for it. Comic magic is more my specialty. Yeah, that's the most accurate of the conversations we've seen so far. That's Bosch's room. The Rand's room is here. Back already? What do you think of the place? Not a shabby job for a first timer, huh? First hyphen timer. Someone wants to give me a spell? Sure, why not? Well, I'm saying, I'll never look a gift something or another in the mouth. Are we being coy about the... about Rand's clan? It's not super funny. Okay. Gonna step out, back and forth a little. He's still talking about this. And before the blessing is given out, let's see the different conversations that we can have up in their rooms. There's Nina. You're lucky to have this chance to talk to a Windian? Wait, huh? Windia tends to keep to itself, it's a mystery to most outsiders. I can tell you all about it sometime. Okay, so earlier in this script, they did allude to that. However, this is a complete fabrication. This is in the original. All that Nina has to say is, wait, hold on. The only thing Nina has to say is, I'll talk to you about Windia someday. Nothing about characterizing the Windians as keeping to themselves. I almost missed my locker room at the Coliseum, but it's your hands, so you call the shots. What do you think? Too big, too small, just right? It's fine. Right, so the magic... We're no longer talking about magic. Okay, he's still talking about magic. Stand in the rooms, you're no longer talking about magic. I've been wondering something. Not that I'm prying, but I'm dying to know. Who's more your type? Okay, that's a lot more overt than which is it? And the sly devil remark, also just an invention of the new script. We've decided, giving it to Nina. All right, look at this gradient from black to white. Isn't that exactly what it looks like in Deltarune when you seal a dark fountain? Okay, we're taking... We're leaving Stun behind for a second. So now that that's done, you say something different here? What's up? I'm just kidding. Like secret base from one of those old hero stories. Probably for me to say this, but wow. Look at all this. Those two sure did a bang-up job while we were gone, making me feel a little guilty. Just a little. Yeah, so here's an example of party members saying different things depending on are they in the party or are they out of the party. So Sten is not going to ask you who your type is if he's down here. We're no longer talking magic, right? Really leaning into the servant bit. Good thing I figured we'd be having some guests around here. If I hadn't built as many rooms as then, some of you guys would be sleeping on the floor. Yeah, good job, Rand. Good job, good job. Okay, we're taking Rand. We need Sten. We're gonna be dumping Lyn for a bit. Let the lower level people catch up. No, not even. There's not gonna be a lot of catching up. Not a lot of encounters left in the day. My goal is to be done with the backtracking. I wanna get over to the docks. I don't know if we're gonna ride the boat today, but I very least wanna get there. Have some back and forth left to do. And gosh, it is 2:30 a.m. coming up on 4 hours of stream, so I don't want to do too much more today. Surprisingly, it really hasn't been too hot. I didn't need to go PNG tuber at all. Of course, without Lyn, we can't go hunting. So if money is a concern, it's not something we can do much about. Did I give Rand everything he needs? Rand's and... No. We can improve the wristband. He has the bronze helm. I have the tan armor. Yeah, not easy to get equipment for Rand. But I know what we should do while we're here. Let's take Sten to church. give a character analysis. No matter what trouble or hardship comes your way, ride through it with a smile and a laugh. Such strength can only be found in one who has suffered hardships beyond imagining. Laugh at me if you will, but I know that smiling facade is but a mask for a tormented soul. I mean, in the original, the priest appears to respond to something Sten says. The priest says something to the effect of, "You say you never suffered any hardships?" And then he follows that with, "I don't believe you." Just plainly stated, the priest says, "I don't believe you." So in this instance, having that line of dialogue be entirely the priest monologuing, it kind of gets the same point across, honestly, in a more elegant way. It's more in line with what everybody else gets for their personality evaluations. I know. I should just run when I have initiative. But also, Rand is level 7. So now that I know that the letter U looks like that, looks like a V to me. Are we ever gonna run into an enemy that actually has a lowercase v in its name? So they can see the difference? Wait, the poison mover. There should be poison movers around here. Isn't that a V rather than a W? It is. Okay. I see. Yeah, that definitely looks more like a V than the other one. If I had them side by side, I would say that's the V. But without the context, I still think the U looks a lot like a V. Maps are getting so dry. What's up with that? I could have just rested at the end. I get time forward and health back up and everything. Do I need that though? Hey, Rant. 5 more points of attack. 3 more points of defense. Not much, but it's there. Already been to the circus, we've already talked to the monster hunters. If we need any healing, we can use Rand's AP. I'm not really used to Nina being faster than Ryu. I know what happens sometimes. Oh, another copper sword. So we got 2 copper swords out of them. Thanks. And then we also get 1 other thing from them. Oh. Action failed. I'm yawning. I've been sitting here for too long. So I'm about due for some biking. Hey there. Where are all the really buff guys when you need them? That's different. She in the original script she asks for someone really handsome. Handsome and buff are different connotations. With the panicked look. You were told what you were volunteering for, weren't you? Sure as hell didn't tell him you were gonna use him as a guinea pig. Do you want test subjects or do you want to tell people the truth? You can't have it both ways. What? Use the old streetwalker routine again. Grounded for 2 hours. Come on. And I'm gonna do a little tango called Fusion. You know the story. Boy and girl get together. Come on. Fusion is an extremely theoretical concept in magic. One human being can be made much more powerful being born by the shaman. Enough small talk? None of that was small talk. Step in the circle. What if I don't step in the circle? Well, let's do it. Let's do it. Ooh yeah. Time to combine. Again, that. Looks like a Deltarune. Where was the excess power coming from? This wasn't in my calculations. Wah. We love the roof flying off. That's so fun. It's a berserker is a really strange phrase. That shouldn't have been possible. How in the heck did you wind up with genuine bona fide dragonic powers? Dragonic? What kind of word is that? For such a nice hyphen looking boy. Dragonic energies. Choosing him would be like kissing a hurricane. All of that conversation afterwards wasn't too weird. Looking for your friends, Al went home looking real worked up over something or another. Thank you for the fast travel. Style, class, and utility. Not just style and class. Don't call a dog man Rover. That's racist. Who's the old biddy? She's officially freaking me out. I prefer the original line of, "Are you hitting on the old lady?" Ms. No Manners wants our room. So many hyphens. Need a laboratory built ASAP. Well, ASAP does exist in the original script. And yeah, Sana flirting with Bosch like this. Again, invention of the new rewrite script. Not my type anyway? That is nothing like the original Japanese says. Also, what is he saying? Whatever the old Benny's hawking better be worth giving away my room. You owe me for this one. The tone there is very different from the originals. Actually, let me confirm. Let me confirm what the original says here. It says... In the original, Bo says, "That's not fair for you, that was my room. But you must have a good reason for what you're doing." In the original, there is this level of trust between them. Whereas Bosch phrasing this as a debt and everything, that like there's active distrust. I'm not like all of these little changes add up. Looks like Lassie won't be. Stop making dog references. Like, why have we turned Granny into a racist? Why? What do you got against the Grass Runner clan? I'm sure Lassie is not an anachronistic reference. I just don't like the way it's utilized. Like, it's the introduction of a new reference rather than localizing an old one. I gotta tell you, I don't know anything about Lassie. Maybe I've watched one Lassie cartoon or something as a child. I don't even know for a fact that I did. But somehow pop culture osmosis got to me that Lassie is a dog and like the shorthand reference is like, what's wrong, Lassie? Did little Timmy fall down the well? Which I don't know if there ever was a little Timmy who fell down a well in an episode of Lassie. Or is that just one of those things that get misquoted wrongly? Like Darth Vader. Darth Vader never said, "Luke, I am your father." He said, "No, I am your father." Bit of a distinction, but that one is at least clear what media is being referenced. Who's little Timmy? Did he fall down a well? I don't know. I don't know anything about Lassie media. Anyway, I'm not about to look up everything there is to know about Lassie so that I can understand a reference that's just in the fan translation. It's bad enough that I'm gonna be reading a bunch of Vonnegut and other authors once more books get here. Actually, I don't know if I'm gonna physically read Flowers for Algernon. Like, I ordered a copy of the book, but there is, I've seen on YouTube that there is an audiobook version of it. Somebody uploaded a real professional, like, narrator reading the whole thing. So, maybe it would be faster for me to listen to 9 hours of narration rather than reading it myself. Like, if I just want it done quickly. Maybe. But I want to have the book. I want to have the ability to read it myself. And it'll be nice to have it as a prop if I use props for anything, if and when I make a video. Now, if I were scraping through dialogue, I believe there would be some new things of the conversation back at the ruins, the hideout, after I send, after I pick my carpenter and send them there, and you get to see them go about doing their work. I'm not gonna scrape that hard for the retranslation. I don't want to have to do another walk there and back again. I just don't want to. But here's what we're gonna do. We are gonna save. And then we're gonna say, nah, I'm done. And then we're actually going to keep going a little bit. I want to copy that one over there. In case I want to do something with the other carpenters. To compare and contrast the stuff they have to say. Hi's back there. Is there anything I can do for you? Just let me know. Build me a house. Sure, just tell me where, when, and why. Some kind of accident, say, burn old Granny's house down? Feel like you didn't walk away with a curse on your spiky head. What is this line? Building houses is my joy in life. I'll build a house for anyone who asks. Just show me where you want it. I'm supposed to head to that town of yours and just build whatever Granny tells me to, right? Don't worry, sir. Custom jobs are my specialty as long as I still get my 2 cents in on the outside. Pull them off. Wish me luck. With that, boat finally made dock again. Say the Backman lady took her all the way to Fort Nagur. Imagine that. Fort Nagur. We know it as Sima Fort. So the justification for the name change is that they wanted to emphasize the Frenchness? Right? The Japanese, it's Suimashiro. So swimmer castle. So swimmer fort. Swimmer fort. Understandable how the original got there. Like, it's... Changing it to Fort Nagur, which I'm probably not pronouncing right. It's like anti-localization, right? It makes sense given that Sean speaks all the French. Hey, we're on the boat. We're going on the boat. We are on a boat. But like... not gonna get that reference. Not a lot of Breath of Fire 2 players are bilingual that way, I would imagine. Anyway, we have gone on the boat. We've gotten some new party members today. We got Nina, we got Sten, we got Randback, we picked a carpenter. I learned the lore and the Windia basement that I wanted to know about. There is some interesting stuff in Fort Negur. There's some Semaphore lore that I want to check to see if anything happened with it. There's stuff to the story that I want to see how it gets handled. So I'm gonna stick with this. I think it's gonna be a full playthrough, but not in a single day. I'm done for now. It's almost 3 a.m. If I manage to come back on stream tomorrow, we're probably gonna be back in Shining Resonance Refrain instead. But I make no promises and no assurances, no nothing about my days and hours that I'm gonna stream. Because it's June, it's too hot. It's too hot to be consistent. Also, Midsummer is coming up at the end of the week. I probably have to do something with family for that. I don't know. But there is a real possibility that it's going to affect my availability. Now, all this being said, thank you all so much for watching. Until next time, have a good one.